August 1947. The British pack their bags and leave India, where they had dominated for nearly 2 centuries. But they don't go quietly. No, they just draw a line, a single line on a map. And that single line divides the country into 2 new nations, India and Pakistan. What follows is anarchy. Violence erupted in villages where Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs have lived together for generations. 15 million people, 15 million souls, are forced to evacuate, attempting to reach the right side of the newly established boundary. At least 1 million people are killed while fleeing. Imagine countless streams of barefoot individuals plodding under a punishing sun, with no food or water, only desperation in their eyes, a dreadful, pointless sight that leaves even those witnessing helpless. Just a year before, in 1946, British India appeared to be at peace. Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs lived, rejoiced, and shared sweets at weddings. In Lahore, Punjab's crown gem, pupils like young Muslim Rodid Khan, amazed at the city's modernism, cosmopolitan streets, and progressive spirit. Sand, a Hindu student, was immersed in the dress, beauty, and excitement. A common adage was, "If you haven't seen Lahore, you haven't been born yet." But beyond the glossy surface, tensions simmered. Britain, clinging to the final vestige of its empire, watched as political pressures rose. India, long the pulsing heart of the British Empire, desired independence and had fought for it for decades. By 1947, liberation was near. However, the price was partition, and as Britain swiftly divided into 2 nations, it unleashed a human tragedy on an unprecedented scale. Friends turned against friends. Neighbors slaughtered neighbors. Entire villages were ripped apart in what became one of the deadliest communal murders of the 20th century. From the lush estates where British soldiers formerly hunted jackals, guarded by entire brigades, to the dusty, wounded roadways crammed with scared families, India's long twilight under colonial authority ended not with celebration, but with madness, heartbreak, and fire. By 1946, the winds of history had swept through India. World War II had left Britain beaten, tired, and most crucially, broken. Officers stationed in India, such as John Moores, could see it clearly. Britain just couldn't afford to keep its force overseas, especially given the tremendous expense of the worldwide war. England's coffers were empty and the empire was disintegrating. Nonetheless, even as the end of colonial authority approached, India's independence movement remained divided. On one side, you had the Indian National Congress, led by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Mahatma Gandhi. They envisioned a united India, a single autonomous nation in which Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians and others could coexist. However, deep-rooted anxieties persisted, particularly among Muslims. In Lahore's exquisite middle-class districts, Muslims and Hindus had friendly relations, helping one another and sharing greetings, but old taboos remained. In Hindu houses, Muslim neighbors may be welcome in conversation, but not in the kitchen. A Muslim couldn't touch the meal or cross certain invisible limits. Meanwhile, in Lahore's packed old city, Muslims experienced job discrimination and restricted educational opportunities, while Hindus occupied the best positions. In this climate stepped Muhammad Ali Jinnah, a brilliant, British-educated barrister with a penetrating vision. A separate Muslim nation. Jinnah and the Muslim League contended that no matter how democratic and independent India became, Hindus would always be the majority, leaving Muslims outnumbered and politically weak. What's his rallying cry? Partition. Nehru and the Congress were terrified. Nan, Nehru's niece, found the idea of partitioning India ludicrous. She had grown up in the midst of the national movement, where Indians of all backgrounds had banded together to oppose British authority. Dividing India along religious lines seemed to her like a betrayal of everything they had battled for. But the pressure was increasing. In March 1946, British leaders arrived in Simla for high-level consultations. The cabinet mission attempted to arrange an agreement between Congress and the Muslim League, a breakthrough summit that they hoped would result in an independent, united India. Yet beneath the formal conversations, tensions remained. The League accused the Congress of seeking Hindu dominance. Congress considered the League's demands as undermining the ideal of a united nation. And lurking behind it all was the harsh reality. The British were leaving, and the opportunity for compromise was closing quickly. India was on the verge of independence, but also, heartbreakingly, of rupture. The year was 1946, and the dream of a united India was unraveling quickly. At Simla, Muhammad Ali Jinnah made one more attempt at compromise. He would accept a united India, as long as the central government remained weak and the provinces had most of the authority. However, Nehru, a great believer in a strong central government, refused. Congress considered Jinnah's plans inadequate. The conference failed. On August 16, 1946, with discussions in ruins, Jinnah issued a demand for direct action. Thousands of people gathered in Kolkata, a Muslim League stronghold, to demand their own nation, Pakistan. However, what began as political protest turned into tragedy. As the throng departed, local gangsters and radicals seized the opportunity, fueling the flames of hatred. Mobs poured into Hindu communities yelling, "Allahu Akbar." The doors were beaten down. A calm stroll turned fatal. An inquisitive neighbor who stepped out to watch was left bleeding from a fractured skull. What followed was anarchy. Hindu mobs retaliated in violent fashion. Streets became slaughterhouses. In one unsettling incident, an elderly jewelry shop employee approached a seething throng with hands folded in a mute plea. A teenage lad yanked him down, and another raised an iron rod, killing him with a single hit. For 3 days, Kolkata burnt. By the time the fires were extinguished, approximately 5,000 people had died. And where were the British troops? Ordered to remain in their barracks, petrified by fear of being overrun, they watched as the city fell into slaughter. Until then, many Indians, Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs believed in the peace Britain imposed. What about now? That faith was broken. One witness noted bitterly that no one in authority showed up for 3 days. For 3 days, anyone could kill anyone. The massive Kolkata massacres ended any chance that India would emerge from British rule undamaged and unified. Communal violence spread like wildfire. Hindu mobs butchered Muslims in Bihar, while Hindus were slaughtered in Noakhali, Bengal. British dominance was fading. The centre was shifting. In the midst of all this, one feeble but unshakable individual remained optimistic about the possibility of unity: Mahatma Gandhi. Even as the country was on the verge of split, Gandhi set out to mend the wounds that were tearing India apart. Barefoot, clad in homespun cloth, and driven by a strong moral conviction. However, the tide of violence was increasing, and the hope of a united India hung on a thread. By early 1947, Mahatma Gandhi, the frail old man who had once inspired millions, was trekking barefoot from village to hamlet in Noakhali, begging, imploring, and attempting to bring Hindus and Muslims back together. Gandhi's message was simple yet profound. We are the same people, born on the same soil. Faith is irrelevant. What matters is humanity. He traveled, sung, rested in Muslim households, and ate in Hindu ones, determined to repair a land torn apart by enmity. One of Gandhi's associates, Ashoka Gupta, watched as he traveled from village to hamlet, attempting to reweave a frayed social fabric. However, the reality on the ground was dismal. Muslim villages avoided his prayer sessions, sometimes even laying thorns and bones in his path to keep him away. Gandhi, barefoot and tenacious, persisted, but his words, symbolic fasting, and pleas to fraternity were not landing as well as they previously did. For many Muslims, Gandhi was not a unifying figure. He represented Hindu dominance, a saint to Hindus, but a political figure who had never truly fought for their seat at the table. One observer said dryly that while Hindus saw Gandhi as a near-divine figure, Muslims found his policies alien, his appearance unconvincing, and his stark simplicity irrelevant to their real anxieties. Gandhi's dream of a united India was fading, and as violence escalated, he began to appear as a depressed, solitary idealist, distant from the horrific realities occurring around him. Then came the deciding punch. In February 1947, the British administration stated that they would leave India permanently by June 1948. But here's the catch. There was still no clear strategy for how they'd transfer control. Chaos was on the rise. The subcontinent was about to collapse. Enter Lord Louis Mountbatten. In March 1947, this former Supreme Allied Commander of Southeast Asia, known for his decisiveness and charisma, landed in India with his wife and children. His goal was straightforward and urgent: reach an agreement, manage Britain's leave, and keep the entire region from imploding. Mountbatten's entry was characterized by grandeur, ceremonies, trumpeters, and formal swearing-ins at the Durbar Hall. But beneath the polished rituals lied an impossible task: how to craft a peaceful route across a region rife with religious strife, political gridlock, and rising murder. The clock was ticking, the empire's grip was loosening, and Mountbatten's mission was to ensure that Britain left before India tore itself apart. Ah, the spectacle of empire's ultimate flourish. Imagine Lord Mountbatten, magnificent in full dress uniform, and his wife Edwina, radiant in a flowing white gown topped with sprigs of laurel, gracefully entering Viceroy's house in New Delhi, a palace manned by 5,000 people. Yes, you heard correctly, 5,000. There were indoor gardeners who spent their entire day arranging flowers in vases, a man whose main job was to stamp butter pats with the British crown, and another miserable fellow known as the chicken plucker, who, well, plucked chickens. The sheer scale of it was imperial excess on display, but Mountbatten was more than just a stiff-lipped colonial figure. No, he represented a new breed. He was handsome, articulate, ruthlessly efficient, and most importantly, a cousin of the British king. Many Indians who were accustomed to aloof colonial authorities responded to his easygoing charm. For the first time, ordinary Indian ministers, doctors and attorneys, not just Maharajas, were admitted inside the gilded halls of Viceroy's house. It was only a minor symbolic crack in the old social system, but it was nevertheless a breach. Mountbatten's first mission? Win over the key players, Gandhi, Nehru and Jinnah. Nehru's easygoing conversational style worked wonderfully. The two became close friends, attracted together by their mutual ease and kindness. But with Jinnah? A calamity. Mountbatten left their first encounter shaking his head, characterizing the Muslim League leader as cold as ice. There would be no backslapping friendliness or easy breakthroughs. Meanwhile, political tensions were mounting. The fantasy of a unified India was quickly disappearing, and the reality of division became more apparent by the day. The Punjab, a prosperous agricultural province, became a source of fear and anxiety. Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs each claimed it as their own. For the 6 million Sikhs, Punjab was more than simply territory. It was their homeland, sacred ground, and home to their most venerated shrine, the Golden Temple in Amritsar. But the Sikh nightmare was obvious. If India were separated, the Muslim majority in Punjab would position it within Pakistan's borders, cutting the Sikhs off from the Indian state they had fought for and trusted. As Mountbatten sipped tea with leaders in Delhi, advisors whispered tactics behind polished doors, and ceremonial trumpeters played for leaving governors, the storm clouds in Punjab deepened, threatening to turn into a storm of carnage and misery. The Sikhs couldn't imagine Punjab ending up in Pakistan, a Muslim-majority country. Historically, Sikhs had clashed with Muslim monarchs, and the prospect of living under Muslim control aroused old wounds and fears. Things were fraying in Punjab's mixed villages where Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs had coexisted for decades. Eden Singh Dhillon, a young boy at the time, recalled how he and his Muslim companions used to play together carefree. However, when tensions rose, family members, particularly his grandfather, prevented him from seeing his Muslim companions. Of course, he tried to sneak away until he was caught and severely chastised, even whipped. Local officials, thirsty for power, fueled the flames. They stoked popular emotion by hitting the simplest and most dangerous button, fear. They warned, "Your religion is in danger and your community is under threat," gathering people behind them via division and suspicion. As Eden Singh put it, politicians duped the public by instilling fear, winning votes, and leaving villages on the verge of catastrophe. Tensions rose in Lahore, Punjab's lively capital. Sand, a Hindu student, recalled how his once friendly Muslim classmates now refused to communicate with him. When one of his classmates flew the Congress flag on their school grounds, outraged Muslim pupils raised the Muslim League flag in response. The distrust that had simmered for ages under the surface had now spilled over. British forces, including John Moores and his Gurkha battalion, were rushed to Lahore to assist the overburdened local police force. Moores recalls arriving in late April 1947, already informed about the rumblings in the air. His soldiers walked the city armed at all times, yes, even at social gatherings like dances or dinners, with revolvers strapped to their sides, because reports of attacks and reprisals were already circulating. There were few British patrols in the villages, so locals began to defend themselves. Sikhs, many of whom were former British troops, dusted off their wartime guns and formed jathas, armed bands ready to protect their villages. Jad Singh, who was just released from prison for assault, lives in a mostly Sikh neighborhood. He recalls Muslims coming to tell his grandfather that other villages were gathering weapons and potentially plotting attacks on Muslim settlements. In Dhillon's hamlet, his grandfather, the revered headman, refused to be drawn into the conflict. Instead, they formed a combined committee of Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims, armed with modest weapons like as lances, axes, and a few valuable cannons. Their mission was straightforward: protect the village from the turmoil that was approaching from all sides. In this fragile, fractured environment, old neighbors prepared to either protect one another or, more tragically, prepare to fight one another. The countdown toward partition had begun. Fear permeated the air in western Punjab's villages. Sikh families, frightened of imminent attacks, were not only defending themselves, they were also protecting their Muslim neighbors. patrolling the community at night to keep looters from other Sikh villages from targeting local Muslims. As the Sikhs prepared to defend themselves, Muslim villages elsewhere chose to strike first. By March 1947, Sikh settlements near Rawalpindi were under savage attack. The Sikhs, who were massively outnumbered, faced their worst fear. Not only death, but also the violation of their women and the loss of their honor. Women went into hiding, sheltering in cellars and behind locked doors. But in many locations, desperate dads like as Bahadur Singh gazed at their adolescent sons and took unimaginable decisions, choosing death over the misery they feared would follow. This nightmare was not isolated. In March and April 1947, similar scenarios played out across western Punjab, with villages ready for all-out religious warfare. The atmosphere in the political corridors was oppressive. Jawaharlal Nehru, Congress leader and soon-to-be Prime Minister, will finally get the opportunity to experience power. However, in order to get the British out swiftly, Gandhi had to make the ultimate compromise. He gave up on the ideal of a united India. Partition was now on the agenda. On June 3, 1947, an announcement was made. Mountbatten, Nehru, and Jinnah announced on radio broadcasts throughout the subcontinent that India will be divided into two nations. Muslim-majority provinces would go to Pakistan, while Hindu-majority provinces would remain in India. Punjab and Bengal, both majority Muslim but too vast and mixed, would be divided in two. For Jinnah, the victory was bittersweet. He received Pakistan, but not the complete Bengal or Punjab he had hoped for. For many Hindus, like the young Sand, the news came as a relief. We did not want to live with the Muslims anymore. The true shock came the next day, when Mountbatten revealed that Britain would not withdraw in June 1948 as anticipated. No, they were leaving on August 15, 1947, only 3 months away. Why? Mountbatten's response was straightforward. Delaying would make him, not Indian leaders, accountable for law and order. He was a guy of action, determined to complete the work no matter how crazy the situation. His decisiveness pushed the partition process into overdrive. Some questioned the rushed time frame, claiming it was too soon and reckless, but as one observer pointed out, it wasn't too soon, it was already too late. Mountbatten, upon arrival, witnessed personally how explosive the situation on the ground had become. India was not simmering, it had already boiled over. Every morning, everyone inside the Viceroy's house faced the countdown. Mountbatten's journal listed the days till India's freedom, including 73, 72, and 71. What seemed unbelievable before became a razor-sharp reality. Every day, every hour, the sense of urgency intensified. But here's the kicker. With only 3 months left, one big life-altering question had still to be resolved. Where exactly would the boundary between India and the newly formed Pakistan be? Sir Cyril Radcliffe, a British barrister who had never travelled east of Paris, let alone the overwhelming intricacy of the Indian subcontinent, was chosen to draw that fateful line. Those who knew him praised his tremendous intellect as acute, reasonable, and cutting right to the heart of any issue. But when he landed in India on July 8, 1947, with only 36 days till division, Radcliffe couldn't have imagined the daunting challenge he was about to face. His working relationship with Mountbatten was polite, but difficult. Radcliffe apparently thought the flamboyant viceroy was vain and possibly untrustworthy, but he appreciated Mountbatten for doing his best under impossible circumstances. Radcliffe, with the assistance of his private secretary Christopher Beaumont, began researching maps, demographic statistics, and topographical studies. His mission was to divide Punjab and Bengal, two large heterogeneous provinces, into two. He took into account the majority religion in each district, as well as important infrastructure such as railroads, irrigation canals, and commerce routes. Nobody in Lahore, Punjab's cosmopolitan city, knew where the line would fall. Hindu students, such as Satish Gujral, who came from politically connected families, expected the city to return to India. After all, Hindus controlled so much of the wealth, banking, and education. However, Muslims believed otherwise. The uncertainty lingered like a thundercloud over every street. Meanwhile, as tensions rose, Britain secretly began withdrawing its remaining troops. 1,500 British forces sailed away from Bombay, leaving India's raging cities and agitated peasants to face the impending storm. In Lahore, the countdown to partition became a trigger for bloodshed. With the deadline approaching, people behaved with terrifying clarity. Pilfer now, fight now, and drive out the others now, because after this date everything will change. Communities began aggressively cleansing themselves. Muslims, Sikhs, and Hindus all turned on one another, forcing non-community members away with threats, violence, or worse. British soldiers like John Moores and his tiny company of Gurkhas were left scrambling, attempting to respond while street battles, looting, and death erupted all around them. However, their numbers were insufficient and their influence dwindled. The clock continued ticking. The borderline was still not drawn. On the ground, India was already ripping itself apart. As Lahore plunged into chaos, British soldiers such as John Moores watched helplessly as the violence spread like wildfire. One moment, a business was set on fire, and the next, someone was burned alive. Each act of savagery elicited a retaliation, and the deadly chain reaction continued. Hindu against Muslim, Muslim against Sikh, Sikh against Muslim, until the city ripped itself apart. While Lahore burnt, Mountbatten faced another tremendous challenge: the future of India's princely states. These were semi-autonomous kingdoms spread across the subcontinent, ruled by princes who had long promised fealty to the British crown in exchange for some degree of self-government. As the British prepared to leave, many of these princes felt they'd be free to forge their own paths. But Mountbatten and Nehru had already made a secret agreement. The princes would be assimilated into the Indian Union. Mountbatten took the stage during a spectacular gathering of the Chamber of Princes in Delhi on July 25, 1947. Narendra Singh Sarila, then a young prince representing his father, remembers Mountbatten's great showmanship, stepping up to the podium, peering left and right as the cameras clicked, then addressing the rulers. "Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen," Mountbatten made it clear, "join the Indian Union or be washed away by the upcoming flood of democratic revolution." The message arrived like a hammer blow. Dreams of independence collapsed. The little princely kingdoms recognized that without British support, they were politically, and maybe physically, doomed. With the princes secured, only one important chore remained: completing the boundary. That weight fell squarely on Cyril Radcliffe's shoulders. He worked under enormous strain, going over maps and demographic data, attempting to draw a line through Punjab and Bengal, two huge heterogeneous provinces, to separate Hindu and Sikh majority areas from Muslim majority areas. Radcliffe's decisions were lonely and weighty. He had never been to these regions before, had no time to visit, and yet was tasked with dividing centuries-old communities overnight. In districts with razor-thin religious margins, his policies very definitely supported cleansing, forcing out the minority to ensure that the final numbers tilted unambiguously in one direction. Communities panicked. Drive out the Muslims here, drive the Hindus out of there. Nobody wanted to risk their town falling on the wrong side of Radcliffe's invisible border. Chaos broke out in Punjabi villages. Aiden Singh Dhillon's grandfather, a revered Sikh village leader, attempted to safeguard local Muslim families. Even his heroism was confronted with lethal threats. Messages arrived warning him that if he continued to shelter Muslims, he would be targeted as well. Across Punjab, mankind teetered on the brink as neighbors and friends faced the terrible choice between allegiance to one other and the growing lines of partition. The clock crept steadily toward August 15th, 1947. Even as violence erupted around his hamlet, Aiden Singh Dhillon's grandpa held steady. He refused to back down after being threatened for supporting his Muslim neighbors. His determination was unwavering. However, the pandemonium in Punjab was becoming too much for even the bravest folks to handle. Across the countryside, dispersed British-led patrols, tiny contingents of only 100 men, fought to contain the killing over tens of thousands of square miles. Handwritten cries for assistance were continually arriving. One of the British officers, John Moores, recalls a tragic note penned by a former Indian Navy soldier home on leave in his village pleading for help. By the time Moores and his men arrived, it was too late. The village had already been attacked, many people had died, and the guy who had written the frantic note was missing. On another patrol, Moores noticed vultures circling overhead, which is always a bad omen. He followed their way and entered a settlement, only to discover that it had been destroyed. The well was full of bodies. Women were mutilated, including a pregnant woman whose body was violently hacked apart and her breasts severed. The horror was awful. Murder became commonplace in Lahore, with only 2 weeks until division. Rumors spread through the streets that Lahore was about to fall to Pakistan. Wealthy Hindus didn't take any chances. They started leaving silently, appearing to maintain their homes by leaving the furnishings in place and keeping up appearances. But under the surface, their hearts were breaking. For some, like Sand's father, a bank manager in Lahore, hope hung on. He reasoned, if we can live under the British, we can certainly live under the Muslims. He sneered at others packing things, calling them fools who would soon return. But suddenly, one by one, even the Bars, their closest friends and neighbors, fled. Sand recalls seeing his father weep the day they left. That's when hope broke. As the days passed, Muslim gangs tore through the old Sikh and Hindu sections, torching entire neighborhoods. Lahore, a beautiful and historic city, has burned. On August 14th, 1947, Pakistan was born. In Karachi, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Pakistan's first Governor-General, rode triumphantly through joyous streets, hailed by ecstatic crowds on the first day of the new Muslim homeland, a goal Jinnah had struggled for and many had long feared would never come true. Surprisingly, only Jinnah, Mountbatten and Radcliffe knew where the new borders were. However, the celebrations continued. For many Muslims, the realization of having their own independent country to live and die for was overpowering. The following day, it was India's turn. Hundreds of thousands of people flooded the streets of Delhi as Nehru, Mountbatten, Edwina and their daughter Pamela marched to the Constituent Assembly. However, the official party was unable to pass through the doors due to the size of the crowd. Someone had to climb in via a window to inform the Prime Minister that Mountbatten was stuck outside. Nehru, ever the active problem solver, had to wade back through the crowds, yelling, clearing the way, and, according to Pamela, enjoying every moment of the thrill. Finally, the Mountbattens made their grand entry, which was far less dignified than anyone had expected. But the crowds didn't care. India was free. As midnight struck, a new story began. Two nations formed of fire, joy, anguish, and blood. Despite the agony of partition, there was definitely another layer: exhilaration. For millions, this was the moment they had fought for, dreamed for, and devoted their entire lives to: Indian freedom. Despite the fact that their vision had been shattered by partition, Nehru and his colleagues basked in the glory of a partially realized dream, the birth of a free India free of centuries of British control. Crowds roared in the streets, flags flew, and fireworks exploded. However, not everyone was celebrating. In Kolkata, Mahatma Gandhi was fasting, his body weak and his spirit devastated. For decades, he has worked for a united and independent India. His heart was heavy with anguish, even in the hour of triumph. His student, Ashoka Gupta, remained at his side, witnessing the old man, grieved and betrayed, lament the abandonment of his fellow leaders. Gandhi's mentality had shifted inward. "Let me die," he whispered. When the celebration subsided, Mountbatten finally unveiled the long-hidden secret: the new border. Radcliffe's line went through the vast regions of Bengal and Punjab. Lahore, Punjab's sparkling crown, was handed over to Pakistan. For the few Hindus who had held out hope, it was a terrible blow. They now realized they couldn't stay. The old city they cherished was no longer theirs. Suddenly, the biggest human movement in recorded history started. Muslims stranded on the Indian side of the border, Hindus and Sikhs trapped on the Pakistani side, all piled their things into bullock carts, loaded up what they could, and fled the villages where their family had lived for centuries. These continuous lines of desperate people were known as caravans, or human caravans. The fortunate ones received military escorts, soldiers attempting to protect them from raiders lying in wait along the highways. Young army leaders like Wajahat Hussain were tasked with moving these gigantic columns, some of which were 50 miles long and carried more than 200,000 people. However, the reality on the ground was terrible. There were very few troops, little transportation, no medical care, and no food. People walked on foot, some pushing carts loaded with elderly parents, children, and whatever belongings they could preserve. In the early days, they might travel 15, 20 miles a day. However, as tiredness, heat, and hunger set in, their progress slowed to a crawl. By August and September, the trickle had turned into a torrent, millions on the march, 2 million on a single route, a heaving, seething mass of desperate people. Wells were poisoned, food was sparse, women gave birth on the ground while marching, and when they saw soldiers, they rushed forward, pleading for assistance. But the troops, like John Moore's, were stretched too thin and unable to assist. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything for you," they had to say repeatedly. As they trekked across the cruel terrain of partition, the caravans marched onward, abandoning their baggage first, then their horses, and in some cases, their hope. They carried whatever they could: bundles, pans, and children. But after 3 or 4 days of trekking, they started dropping their possessions one by one. They were eventually left with only the clothes on their backs, which were frayed and torn. And then, in the most terrible moments, moms, overwhelmed and desperate, began abandoning their newborns. Tiny crawling infants were abandoned on the side of the road as hundreds upon thousands of exhausted refugees marched past, unable to help or stop. One observer described it as a horrific sight. Tens of thousands of people jammed into special refugee trains, intended to transport them between India and Pakistan. However, these trains became rolling death traps, easy targets for armed gangs roving the countryside. The British officer John Moores was charged with escorting one such train, a bleak line of steel coal wagons, not even true passenger cars, loaded with Muslim refugees bound for Pakistan. Normally, the drive from Ambala to Amritsar takes 4 to 5 hours. However, in these terrible conditions, it lasted 4 days. There was no or very little water. The Moors' 3 platoons had their own provisions, but they were unable to spare any for the desperate passengers. They had a job to complete: keep the train rolling and get it across the border. 3 days into the voyage, the train was forced to stop in Amritsar, a Sikh stronghold just 14 miles from Pakistan. Hundreds of armed Sikhs had taken over the station, standing shoulder to shoulder, pressing over the platforms, shouting and waving guns, blunderbusses, swords and spears. The station was a simmering pot of danger. Moores knew they had to appear tough, or risk being assaulted before the refugees got a chance. His command to the men was straightforward and chilling: get the grenades out. Let them know you're preparing the grenades. Let them know you mean business. It works. Slowly, the mob dispersed, revealing a small path. They waited at the station for 4 nervous hours before driving the final 14 miles to the border before dawn. Across the partition zone, there was little to no refugee protection strategy. Most British troops had already been withdrawn. The Indian and Pakistani forces were in disarray, with armies separating, regiments disbanding, and officers torn between duty and the dreadful news from their own homes. There were very few soldiers left on the ground to tackle the crisis. Most refugee trains had no military escorts at all. The effects were horrific. Trains arrived at their destinations loaded with bodies, slaughtered passengers and corpses piled in bloodied coaches. John Moores was quickly summoned to Ambala station to witness yet another part of this horrible human tragedy. When John Moores got at the train, the situation was horrifying. A whole trainload, 5, 6, even 700 people had been slaughtered. The attackers showed no mercy. The elderly, young women and tiny children were all slain or butchered. Moores discovered a young woman just clinging to life, her head torn apart and her brain exposed. He realized there was nothing they could do. There were no surgeons or medical supplies, only the harsh realization that he and his troops had come too late. Satish Gujral, an art student from Amritsar, helped coordinate the desperate influx of refugees. But what he saw left an indelible mark. A nearby Muslim girls' school had been stormed. The students were stripped, displayed in procession, and ruthlessly raped. Satish studied the men standing around, looking for any signs of compassion. He discovered none. By the end of 1947, an estimated 15 million individuals had crossed the new boundary between India and Pakistan. At least 1 million people died. Thousands more were detained in makeshift refugee camps, trapped on the wrong side of the border, clinging to whatever morsels of existence they could find. The Vicereine, Edwina Mountbatten, spearheaded most of the relief effort. She traveled relentlessly around Punjab, completing 70 major tours in only 5 months, organizing food supplies, securing security for devastated hospitals, and pressing officials for immediate assistance. People rapidly realized that if they told Lady Mountbatten something or answered one of her questions, something would happen. Even India's freshly anointed leader, Prime Minister Nehru, accompanied her on a tour of refugee camps. However, the emotional toll was terrible. Satish Gujral witnessed Nehru's arrival to a camp in Lahore. The refugees were outraged and charged toward him. ready to assault. Nehru, the cherished leader and hero of India's independence, was suddenly a man who appeared to shoulder the weight of their demise. Satish, a former fan, felt no reverence that day. The leaders he lamented were reaping what they had sown. In Lahore, hardly no Hindus remained. Somand and his father were among the last survivors, still living in the city where they were born. However, their dream of staying was dashed when Muslim gangs came hunting for them, determined to rid Lahore of its Hindu community. Someone had exposed their address. The group plundered the house the night they arrived, ransacking every room and grabbing whatever they could need, including clothes, shoes, and other items. Somand and his father nearly survived, thanks to a Muslim neighbor who fearlessly alerted authorities. However, even the neighbor was threatened at gunpoint. "We'll shoot you if you defend these kafirs." It was the ultimate blow. After months of holding on to hope, Somand and his father realized it was over. With sorrowful hearts, they decided to leave Lahore and travel to Delhi. They departed immediately. Somand and his father went straight to the airport, carrying only the clothing on their backs. His father had purchased 2 tickets to Delhi, and as the jet launched into the sky, Somand stared down, watching their beloved model town shrink beneath the wings. He wept. The Indian Army eventually came in Aden Singh Dhillon's hamlet, where his grandfather had fought valiantly to safeguard Muslim people. They gave the order: the Muslims must leave. It was a somber, sad time. The Muslim peasants said tearful farewells, leaving the majority of their things with their neighbors in the hope that they would return someday to claim them. But within days, remorse gave way to opportunism. The neighbors began moving into the abandoned houses, seizing their belongings and taking over what had been left behind. In a span of months, millennia of coexistence were overturned. India's Punjab was practically devoid of Muslims, whereas Pakistan's Punjab was devoid of Hindus and Sikhs. Lahore, formerly one of India's most diverse and cosmopolitan cities, was now exclusively Muslim. Lahore was no longer the dynamic, tolerant, progressive city it once was. In its place, as one local lamented, developed a more orthodox, restricted, and pseudo-Islamic culture. He attributed some of the blame to Hindu leaders, who he said had failed to treat Muslims as equals, sowing the seeds of division that partition ruthlessly harvested. For the British, the chapter was coming to a close. John Moores returned to Britain at the end of 1947, having witnessed atrocities he would never forget. He carried with him a lifetime sense of helplessness. The worst thing, he remarked, was that we couldn't stop the violence. We knew very little about the unnecessary cruelty until then. Mountbatten served as India's Governor-General until the end of 1948, when he returned to the Navy and rose to the rank of First Sea Lord. Years later, in 1979, he was killed by an IRA bomb. In retrospect, many people considered Mountbatten's greatest weakness was his hurry. It was simply too much to partition a big country, establish a new nation, and divide troops, governments, and borders in less than 2 months. "It cannot be done," a witness stated, and that's exactly what happened. Everything went out of control. Satish Gujral, a young art student from Lahore, endured the experience throughout his creative life. Partition became the shadowy theme of his art: women's agony, man's horrific cruelty to man. He went on to become one of India's best artists, but partition remained a haunting well from which he never stopped drawing. The line drawn in 1947 did not simply divide land. It generated 3 wars and 60 years of antagonism between India and Pakistan, However, for most people, the parting was the most painful. They departed immediately. Somund and his father went straight to the airport, carrying only the clothing on their backs. His father had purchased 2 tickets to Delhi, and as the jet launched into the sky, Somund stared down, watching their beloved model town shrink beneath the wings. He wept. The Indian army eventually came in Eden Singh Dhillon's hamlet, where his grandfather had fought valiantly to safeguard Muslim people. They gave the order: the Muslims must leave. It was a somber, sad time. The Muslim peasants said tearful farewells, leaving the majority of their things with their neighbors in the hope that they would return someday to claim them. But within days, remorse gave way to opportunism. The neighbors began moving into the abandoned houses, seizing their belongings and taking over what had been left behind. In a span of months, millennia of coexistence were overturned. India's Punjab was practically devoid of Muslims, whereas Pakistan's Punjab was devoid of Hindus and Sikhs. Lahore, formerly one of India's most diverse and cosmopolitan cities, was now exclusively Muslim. Lahore was no longer the dynamic, tolerant, progressive city it once was. In its place, as one local lamented, developed a more orthodox, restricted, and pseudo-Islamic culture. He attributed some of the blame to Hindu leaders, who he said had failed to treat Muslims as equals, sowing the seeds of division that partition ruthlessly harvested. For the British, the chapter was coming to a close. John Moores returned to Britain at the end of 1947, having witnessed atrocities he would never forget. He carried with him a lifetime sense of helplessness. The worst thing, he remarked, was that we couldn't stop the violence. We knew very little about the unnecessary cruelty until then. Mountbatten served as India's Governor-General until the end of 1948, when he returned to the Navy and rose to the rank of First Sea Lord. Years later, in 1979, he was killed by an IRA bomb. In retrospect, many people considered Mountbatten's greatest weakness was his hurry. It was simply too much to partition a big country, establish a new nation, and divide troops, governments and borders in less than 2 months. "It cannot be done," a witness stated, and that's exactly what happened. Everything went out of control. Satish Gujral, a young art student from Lahore, endured the experience throughout his creative life. Partition became the shadowy theme of his art. Women's agony, man's horrific cruelty to man. He went on to become one of India's best artists, but partition remained a haunting well from which he never stopped drawing. The line drawn in 1947 did not simply divide land. It generated 3 wars and 60 years of antagonism between India and Pakistan. However, for most people, the parting was the most painful. "I miss my friends," a survivor whispered. "I couldn't understand why they had to leave and why they were driven away. I knew they weren't happy. I'm still thinking why. What did anybody gain from it?" It's a question that has persisted throughout history, unsolved, unsettled, and terribly human.